Then try the next one. Please double check that you are in the correct class.
And you will not be showing, let us know. Please remember that if you are a 4-H age 8-year-old junior, you will be in the 8-year-old junior class. But if you are a junior and you are not 8 years old and it's your first year showing, that will be the children in the first year class. And we will let you know when you need to bring your lambs to ringside for check-in. Just a reminder, we're going to be entering and exiting the show ring a little bit differently this year. You're going to be entering the north end. For those of you who are directionally challenged, like myself, that would be the opposite end of the show ring that I am on. So you will be entering near Beef Barns 1 and 2. And then you will be exiting the south end, which is opposite of north behind me. Today is going to be full of fun and learning. We're going to start with north, south, east, and west. And this is face-to-face learning, not virtual. All right, so please cooperate. Put your mask on when you're under a roof. And if you don't, I'm going to get you. So if you do not like public embarrassment, just behave yourself. Is this true? Okay. Good morning. They're both the same place.
Good morning. This is our first class in the showmanship contest. There's one entry in this class. The young man's doing a great job of setting this lamb up and getting it presented. So he certainly could stand some competition. But today, he certainly earns the blue ribbon. Let's give him a big round of applause. We'll evaluate him later on. Comes time to be the senior showmanship championship.
Okay, so results from Class 1, 18-year-old senior. First place goes to Kevin Spicer. Now in the ring will be Class 2, showmanship seniors 17. Please enter the north side of the ring. Great job. Would like to take a moment to thank Mr. Bruce Bennett, our lovely showmanship judge. I asked him what he wanted me to say about him, and he said that he knows a little about everything and a lot about nothing. But he is a Howard County 4-H alumni, and he continues to raise all sorts of livestock on his farm in Carroll County, I believe. And we're just very happy to have him here. So give him a round of applause. And there's only a few of you, so make it loud. Come on. Woo, woo, woo. Great job.
Testing. Okay, it is working. Okay, in our second class of showmanship, two young ladies come out here and they're doing a really good job. Both these lambs are a little bit problematic this morning. They're not cooperating quite as well. It is early in the morning, and I'm certainly sure they're not used to being worked this time of the day as far as in the show ring. Well, I'm going to start with the young lady on my right side. She gets this lamb set, gets them braced very well, doing a great job at getting those legs where they need to be. Young lady in second, that's a big old lamb, and he wants to fight her just a little bit. Doesn't want to get it squared off quite as well in the leg placement as the young lady was starting her class with. But two very nice showmen. Let's give them both a big round of applause.
Results for Class 2, 17-year-old seniors. First place, Kelly Spicer. Second place, Grace Meyer. Now entering the ring, Class 3, 16-year-old seniors.
Our third class of showmanship, I'm the young man at the far end of the ring. He's getting his lamb set very well for me this morning, getting his feet and leg placement down where they need to be. Technical issue with the halter on the lamb certainly didn't take away from her in the showmanship contest. She's having fun and doing a great job. The big round.
Results for Class 3, 16-year-old seniors. First place, Eddie Johnson. Second place, Brianna Powell. Now entering the ring will be Class 4, 15-year-old seniors.
Two individuals in this class. Both of them just need to kind of settle themselves down a little bit. They're both very aggressive in their show style, and the lambs are reactive to that. So I would recommend both of you to kind of just slow down with them, kind of be a little more methodical around them than what you are. And I think that will help the lambs calm down as well. I'm going to start with to my right, young man that gets his feet and legs set very well, and I like how he takes his arm, his hands, and actually moves the leg instead of trying to do the push-pull method. Senior showmen, I expect them to be able to manipulate the legs with their hands. As the young kids get younger, they have to do more of the push-pull. So work on leg placement, and like I said, I think the biggest thing is for both of you to kind of just settle yourselves down a little bit. I think your land will respond much better. But two individuals doing a wonderful job in the showmanship contest. Let's give them both a big round of applause.
Results for Class 4, 15-year-old seniors. First place, Ryan Peak. Second place, Riley Troutman. Now entering the ring is Class 5, 14-year-old seniors. For Class 5, there is one addition. If you could add Kaylin Walker to your program. Just a reminder, we're going to practice some Rona rules where we need to spread out a little more. So we are used to keeping our sheep closer together, but we're going to work on spreading them out. So please keep that in mind. We're all learning together.
Nice class. This young lady came into the ring and she just said, I'm here. And in this particular class, she kind of set herself apart. She really gets this lamb set. Every time I go to look at this lamb, he's exactly where he needs to be. And that's a great thing. Young lady, you're doing a really good job in this particular class. Young man we have in second, he gets his lamb set, gets away from him a little bit when he's trying to get him set. Doesn't really get a good brace on this lamb, so when I go to handle him, he's not quite as hard as what he needs to be. He's a big lamb, so that's a lot of lamb for that young man to try to handle as well. Young lady at third, work on getting your feet on this lamb set a little bit more than what you have on this particular class. She comes when it has a tendency, she wants to shorten up, so you're going to have to pay attention to make sure you get her stretched out. Then we come down to the next two individuals, and they just need to work on leg placement and making sure that you get the lamb braced. So when I come in to handle, I get a nice hard touch. But a great group of young people. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Results for Class 5, 14-year-old seniors. First place, Taryn Schwartz. Second place, Cody Trotman. Third place, Kylie Bingham. Fourth place, Eric Roth. Fifth place, Kaylin Walker. Do we have any first-year seniors? No? Okay. All right, now we need all of our first place senior class winners into the show ring for Class 7, our champion senior showman. So we need Kevin Spicer from our 18-year-old class, our 17-year-old Kelly Spicer, 16-year-old Eddie Johnson, 15-year-old Ryan Peak, 14-year-old Taryn Schwartz. This will be for the selection of our champion senior showman.
for those of you who are around ringside, I would just like to thank you all for coming out to support the youngsters today. But I tell you, I really want to give the people who have really done an unbelievable job. And I think if you see anybody walking around here today that probably has one of these shirts on, these board shirts, I tell you, the Howard County Fair Board has worked endless hours every week, every day to get this show done and for these kids. And if you see them, please take the time just to thank them. I mean, Mickey Day being president, which is standing right over here, I think he deserves a round of applause. He has worked, when I say weekly and daily, I say he'd worked probably 20 hours out of 24 to get this show done in the last 6 months. And I tell you, we've been in meeting after meeting, and they deserve, all the board members deserve a real round of applause. Also, our volunteers that have volunteered to come out here and help these kids get this show done. So please take the time, thank them for coming out, and we thank you for supporting your kids and trying to turn them into nice, great young adults. Thank you all for coming.
Well, this is quite an interesting sight. I have 5 individuals out here, and they're doing a really good job. As you can tell, a good show person, not only can present their animal, but they can be outside of a ring, and they may have an animal handed to them to show. And I wanted to see how they responded by having an animal they've never shown before, probably never even seen before today, until I handed it to them, to see what kind of response I would get and how they would handle a situation. They all did very well. There's one individual out here, no matter what lamb I handed them, presented that lamb probably better than the person that owned the lamb. So that's the person I'm going to go out and select as your champion overall showman, and then I'm going to select your reserve. But congratulations to all 5 of these individuals for winning your class and presenting your animals very well today. You're very knowledgeable. You're a good group of kids, and I would be proud to have you show my lambs if I had a flock of sheep in a show ring someplace. So thank you for doing what you do.
Our champion senior showman is Miss Kelly Spicer. And our reserve champion senior showman is Mr. Kevin Spicer. Congratulations to all of our seniors. We will now move into our intermediate division, starting with Class 9, 13-year-old intermediates.
two individuals in this class. I'm going to start with the young lady to my right. She was really doing a nice job of getting the leg set on the slam, gets a good brace on them when I go to handle them. Young lady in second, I'd like you to spend a little more time kind of squaring your U up. I know you're not going to brace your U, but I still want you to get those lambs squared up when you're on a profile and even when you're in line. But she does a great job of, the lamb is definitely quiet, and she certainly responds to her commands. Two nice individuals in this class. Let's give them both a big round of applause.
Results for Class 9, 13-year-old intermediates. First place, Caitlin Spicer. Second place, Jacqueline Yensha. Now entering the ring is Class 10, 12-year-old intermediates. Just a friendly reminder to all of our exhibitors that once all of the sheep shows of the day are completed, or once you are finished showing your sheep, you need to take them home and make sure that your pen and surrounding areas have all been cleaned up and cleaned out so that we have time to sanitize and get everything cleaned up and ready for the next round.
Okay, in this class, I'm going to start with this young lady to my right. She's doing a really nice job of getting the feet and legs manipulated on this sheep. Doing a good job of getting them braced for me as I come up to handle them. Young man, in second, for the most part, you really started to get feet and legs squared away. Both of you guys are kind of doing some pushing and pulling, and it's time for you guys to start using hands to move the legs to get them in place. But you still kind of need to start figuring out how to get them braced as well. But you're doing a nice job. Keep doing the things you're doing. I hope you're having fun. And thank you into the ring. Great job. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Results for Class 10, 12-year-old intermediates. First place, Courtney Spicer. Second place, Duncan Bell. Third place, Ben Carter. We're going to move Liam Hartner down to the class he belongs in, which is Class 12, if you're keeping track. Now entering the ring will be Class 11, 11-year-old intermediates. Just a reminder, since our friends and family can't be here today, the fabulous Mark Grutzmacher is over there. He's shaking his head no. And we are broadcasting live on the Howard County Fair Facebook page. So please spread the word so that everybody can see the children showing.
Just one young man in this class. He's doing a really nice job of presenting his animal to me. Very calm, cool, and collective as he moves about the ring. Let's give him a big round of applause.
Results for Class 11, intermediates, 11-year-olds. First place, Max Schwartz. Now entering the ring will be Class 12, our first-year intermediates. Following this, we will need all of our first place intermediate class winners for the selection of our champion and reserve champion intermediate show people.
two nice individuals in this class. I'm going to start with the young man to my right. He's really doing a nice job of getting this lamb presented to him. Very intense in the way he moves about getting this lamb set. He gets feet and legs where they need to be. Young man in second, I like to spend a little more time trying to use your arms to get this lamb's leg set. You're still doing that push-pull method, which is okay, but you're a big young man, so I think you can start to manipulate the legs a little bit. And when I come up to handle them, make sure you try to get them braced a little bit so he handles a little bit tighter than what he is at the moment. But you're doing a nice job, both of you. Keep doing it. This is your first year. Congratulations. And I hope you like the project and come back and do it again. Let's give them both a big round of applause.
Results for Class 12, first-year intermediates. First place, Hayden Brendel. Second place, Liam Hartner. Now in the ring, we need all of our first place intermediate class winners. From our 13-year-old class, Caitlin Spicer. 12-year-olds, Courtney Spicer. 11-year-olds, Max Schwartz. And first-year intermediate, Hayden Brendel, for the selection of our champion and reserve champion intermediate showmen.
Wow, this is fun. I got 4 young people out here doing a really nice job of presenting their lambs to me. There's one that kind of sets themselves apart a little bit in my mind, just the way they move about the ring, when they transition from moving to stopping and setting the legs and so forth, and they kind of keep their lamb gathered up at all times. That's the young lady right here in front of me. Congratulations, you're going to be our champion today. Young man up here in first gear, you're going to be the reserve. You're doing a really nice job of presenting this lamb to me. Let's give them both a big round of applause.
Our champion intermediate showman is Courtney Spicer from our 12-year-old class. And our reserve champion intermediate showman is Hayden Brendel from our first-year class. Congratulations to all of our intermediate showmen. We will now start our junior division with class 15, 10-year-old juniors.
Just one individual in this class, but she's really doing a nice job of presenting this lamb to me. I like the way she moves about the ring. She has her hand underneath that goat's throat, moves about very confidently, and the lamb responds to that. Also, when she goes to on a file, she goes to set them in. She gets the back legs set, and then she manipulates the front legs so that they go where they need to go. That's kind of the way I think most of the young people should be trying to do it. You get those back legs, you have to reach so far over top of that lamb to get the legs set. You can use and then you can set the front legs much easier. But a really nice job. Let's give this young lady a big round of applause.
Results for class 15, 10-year-old juniors. First place, Addison Ridgely. Now entering the ring is class 16, 9-year-old juniors.
two young men doing a great job of presenting their lambs to me. I've talked to both of them. I kind of wanted to give them some pointers. When we get to this age, I think we need to start, helping the kids and educating them and telling them some of the things we need to do so they can do a better job. But they're both doing a great job of hanging on to the lamb. The young man I'm starting with, that's a big lamb he's hanging on to. So, he's doing a good job of hanging on to him. And when I come up to handle him, he tries to get him braced for me. He's trying to manipulate the legs. The young man in second also does a nice job of just hanging on to his lamb. We talked about his hand placement on the lamb when he's on the profile, trying to get the lamb hands underneath the lamb's chin to kind of hold him up a little bit better. And then we're working on the feet and legs. But at this age, hanging on to the lambs, that's 95% of the battle. Everything there is gravy. You're doing a great job, young men. Keep doing the things. You'll get better as you get older. Thank you.
Results for Class 16, 9-year-old juniors. First place, Charlie Brendel. Second place, John Bell. Now entering the ring, Class 17, 8-year-old juniors.
Just one young lady in this class, and she's doing a nice job. This lamb is a big lamb, and it's hard for her to hang on to, so I certainly don't mind having these lambs for young people or showing just to hang on to them because we don't really want them to get away and run around the ring. We talked a little bit about how to help maybe keep this lamb from moving so much and keeping your hand underneath the chin of the lamb. And if the lamb starts to move forward, just lift up on the chin. That's the best way that I know to try to keep them from getting ahead of you. And so if you continue to work on that, I think that will help you when you go start to walk around the ring with the lamb. But she's doing a really good job trying to just hanging on to this lamb. Let's give her a big round of applause.
Results for Class 17, 8-year-old junior. First place, Violet Bell. Now entering the ring is Class 18, first-year juniors who are 9 and 10 years old.
How you doing? Good.
Wow, this was the toughest class I've had all day. All three of these young people are doing a great job. I'm going to start with the young lady to my left. She does a really nice job of presenting the slam to me, And I like the way she moves around the lamb. From whatever side I'm on, she always makes sure I can see the lamb. That's what we want to do all the time. So we talked about that. I talked to each one of them, trying to give them some pointers on things that we could do to make it more fun and to also teach them how to show their lambs to the best of their ability. So she's going to start the class. She really does a nice job of moving around the lamb. Young man I have in second, he's the hardest working guy in the ring. He's always trying to get his left head on this lamb, and he's doing a good job. He cranks the head up a little bit hard, but that's okay. It's his first year. He hasn't shown too much before, and I want him to be able to hang on to his lamb. And we talked about, as I move around, to kind of step away like he's doing now. I said, you want to make sure that you get on them with your leg to brace when I come up to handle them. But otherwise, you always want to make sure as I move around the ring, I can always see the lamb. And the young man here in the third is doing a nice job of presenting his lamb to me as well. And he just kind of needs to slow down a little bit, get his lamb set a little bit more, and brace him a little bit more. But you know what? Hanging on to him at this age, that's pretty much a 99% of a win. So great job, guys. Keep doing the things you're doing, and I hope you had fun. Thank you. Give them a big round of applause.
Results for Class 18, first-year juniors. First place, Ansley Hartner. Second place, Quinn Hartner. Third place, Jacob Anderson. Now in the ring, we need all of our first place junior class winners for the selection of our champion and reserve champion junior showmen. From our 10-year-old class, Addison Ridgely. Our 9-year-old class, Charlie Brendel. Our 8-year-old class, Violet Bell. And our first-year class, Ansley Hartner. Following this, we will need all of our champion showmen for the selection of our overall grand champion showmen.
This is a fun division. The reason I think it's fun is because juniors, when you have them in the ring, I've tried to talk to each one of them individually to kind of give them pointers, and it's the most fun for me is because they listen. So when I give them the pointers, they come back and they do the things I'm telling them that will improve their showmanship. The bad thing for me is it makes it harder for me, but that's okay. But there's one individual out here that's really doing a nice job of presenting the animal, feet and legs squared up all the time. They move about methodically around their lamb, and they're doing a really good job. All of you are doing a great job. So don't take it personally when you don't always win, because, you know, some days we win, some days we don't. But how we present ourselves is the most important thing, and if we're having fun. If we're not having fun doing this, then we shouldn't be doing it. So I hope everyone's having a great time. I'm having a great time. I'm just glad to be here, as I know you all are too. So I'm going to go out and select their champion in our reserve. And like I said, this is a great division. So you all keep doing the things you're doing. And I wouldn't want to be the judge in a few years that you all start to get older, because you're going to make your life miserable, which is okay. So thank you very much.
Our champion junior showman is Addison Ridgely, and our reserve champion is Ansley Hartner. Congratulations to all of our junior showmen. We now need all of our division champions into the show ring for the selection of our overall grand champion showman. Now in the ring are all of our division champion showmen. From our senior division, we have Kelly Spicer. From our intermediate division, Courtney Spicer. And from our junior division, Addison Ridgely. We would like to have our reserve champion showmen from each division to please bring their lambs in. So that would be Kevin Spicer from the senior division and Hayden Brendel from the intermediate division and Ansley Hartner from our junior division. If you could please bring your lambs into the ring. Hayden Brendel, if you are still around and can grab your lamb and head on into the show ring. On the way? Okay, just didn't want to lose you.
This is for the selection of the champion and the reserve champion showman, so I asked them to go ahead and bring the second place animals in, since I'm going to pick a reserve. I'd rather have all the animals in here at one time, and because it is hot, and I do know that I don't want to work any of these animals any more than I necessarily have to. But all of these individuals do a nice job representing animals. I'm very, not only these youngsters that we have in the ring, the youngsters back in the barn. They're very cooperative. They're very polite. They're a good, really nice group of young people to work with. The individuals that we're doing out here today, there's a couple that just kind of set themselves apart, in my mind, age and experience and so forth that helps. But I can tell you what, the sheep department's in good hands. These young people are going to keep am going. They're doing a great job, and I know that the future of Howard County 4-H is bright. Even though this is only a youth show here this particular year, who thought a year ago we'd be wearing masks? I don't think anybody guessed that one. If they had, they should have put some money on the lottery, because they would have won something, that's for doggone sure. But really nice group of showmen. Select the champion and reserve champion showmen. Put our hands together for a really nice set of individuals out here.
Our grand champion show woman is Miss Kelly Spicer, and our reserve grand champion showman is Mr. Kevin Spicer. Congratulations to all of our sheep showmen. This concludes the showmanship portion of our show. We will take a break and hopefully resume and get started with our market sheep show at 12 o'clock. Please enjoy a socially distanced, sanitized, safe Saturday at the fair. We have Lenny's up on the hill with lunch and dessert. It's okay to have dessert for lunch because it's fair week. And we'll see you back here at noon. Thank you.
We watched the whole thing this morning at home. I said I actually enjoyed it better than being there. Did it sound good? Oh my God, everything was awesome. This is really, really going well. Yeah, how are you picking up the sound so well? Really?
So I came over here with Dave about a week ago. The mixer they have in there has an extra output. I was like,
No way.
I plug in there, turn it all down, so it's one of the microphones to go back. So anything that goes through that box gets output to this cable and through the so I can turn ambient noise up. I have a couple different microphones. I can turn any ambient noise up. I can turn it up and down. Yeah. Surprise.
It's good. It's really good.
All right, friends. Welcome back to the Saturday socially distanced, safe, and sanitized Market Sheep Show. It's a little alliteration for you. So we are going to get started momentarily with the Market Sheep classes. We are following the Goldenrod pamphlet, and we're going to be starting with our bred and owned market classes. Please be sure to check and make sure that your lambs are in the correct class. And we do know that we have some of the, like the market lamb pair champion class is not listed, but we will be doing that. And we'll get started here shortly. All right, boys and girls, let's get ready to rumble. Class 22, bred and owned market class 1, may come on into the ring. Bred and owned class 22 into the ring, please. Entering from the north side.
Hello. Okay. Thank you all for today. Certainly a great set of bred known lambs here to start your show off with. Three really nice ones. We're going to start on this end with the young lady close to lamb. Just a lamb that's really stout featured from end to end. She meets your hand with a lot of expression through her rack. Great turn to her loin edge, good hip in her when you get behind her. She's probably the most expressly muscled in terms of her stifle as well. Really good weather lamb here behind her. I think very similar in terms of kind and type. Another high feedability kind of lamb. Love the rib shape and the natural base width and dimension he's got from end to end. Maybe not quite the touch is the one we started with, but another really good one to fit in behind him. And then we got a young man here with a nice ewe lamb to round out the set. Certainly a lamb that's real high cutability kind of carcass on this guy, really elevated up through her front end, just kind of hollows out a little bit when you get back in her flank, maybe not quite the feedability of the ones above her, but good set of three. Let's give him a big hand.
Now entering the ring is Class 23, bred and owned market lambs. Results for Class 22, first place, Caitlin Spicer. Second place, Courtney Spicer. Third place, Duncan Bell. Now in the ring is Class 23.
Another really strong pair out here. It's kind of a shame we don't have two blue ribbons for this class. I'm going to use the weather today. I think as a judging from the ground up, he probably just plants and drives a little more foot and circumference of bone underneath him, maybe just a tick more in terms of natural width and thickness. Good bit of twist in this sheep. I really like the way he's put together. He's kind of my type of sheep, that's for sure. Ewe lamb here in second, to take nothing away from her. She's a real high cutability kind of sheep as well. Handles really well down her top, just maybe a little bit narrower gauge today than the weather we started with. But a nice pair. Let's give them both a hand.
Now entering the ring is Class 24, bred and owned class. Results for Class 23, first place, Kelly Spicer. Second place, Milliam Molnix. Now in the ring is Class 24. I'd like to take a moment to welcome and introduce our judge, Mr. Robert Dinsmore. He is a Maryland 4-H alumni from Frederick County, and he has shown and judged sheep and goats all over the country. He still continues to raise and sell breeding and market lambs. And with his family, he's an owner of Sheepman Supply and Searsville, New Holland in Frederick. Let's give him a round of applause to thank him for coming to judge our show today.
Another strong pair here. For me, the lamb we're starting with is probably just a little more dialed in terms of finish and freshness today. He really got a great touch to him up through his rack and over that 12th rib, and he kind of a little bit plumper and more better hydrated there through his loin edge than the lamb we've got in second. This lamb in second, certainly a lamb I like the way he's put together. I like the length he's got from flank to flank and the extension up through his front ends, real long handling kind of sheep. He's just a little more washed out in terms of top shape today, and maybe not quite as much twist and lower stifle as the one we're starting with. But a nice pair. Let's give them both hands.
Results for Class 24. First place, Kevin Spicer. Second place, Luke Cheney. Now in the ring, we will have the selection of our champion bred and owned lamb. So we need all of our first and second place class winners into the ring.
Well, really a strong set here in your bred and owned division. You guys should be really proud that the kids here in this county are coming out with this kind of quality out of their own barns. They're raising themselves. So just a top shelf group of 6. We didn't have any classes with a tremendous number in them, but certainly the quality was in every one of them because this second place row is just as strong as the first. But I kind of like a couple of them out here that I think match up fairly well for me. We're kind of trying to restrict shaking hands as much as possible, so I'm just going to announce it, Mike. But your champion is going to be the young man here with the heavyweight lamb right in front of me. And we'll go down to the young lady's ewe lamb on the far side for reserve. Let's give them both a big hand.
Champion bred and owned market lamb is exhibited by Kevin Spicer, and the reserve champion bred and owned market lamb is exhibited by Caitlin Spicer. Congratulations to our bred and owned winners. We will now move into market lamb pairs. Class 27, market lamb pairs, class 1, may come into the ring. Class 27 into the ring.
We'll leave this set of pairs stand the way they are. I think we got a real strong set here to start with. Pretty uniform in their design. They're both pretty similar and a lot of product in both of those sheep. Both these other pairs are kind of close for me. They each have one lamb that's a little better than the other one, and there's a lot of strength in the second place lamb. We're going to keep them like that.
Results for class 27, market lamb pairs. First place, Kelly Spicer. Second place, Caitlin Spicer. Third place, Milliam Molnix. Now in the ring is Class 28, Market Lamb Pairs.
Oh, another kind of difficult one here. I think we got a lot of uniformity in this pair we're starting with. They're very similar in their type and kind. I think both of them are my kind of sheep in terms of width, the substance, and bone underneath them, and natural thickness from end to end. The other pair, another good pair of sheep. The ewe-lamb on this side is quite a bit better, in my opinion, than their counterpart, and it kind of cost their uniformity just a little bit. But a good double set of pairs here. Let's give them a big hand.
Results for Class 28. First place, Courtney Spicer. Second place, Taryn Schwartz. Now in the ring is Class 29, our third class of Market Lamb pairs. Following this, we will have the selection of our champion pairs and reserve champion pair. Just a reminder, when we are finished our show today, you will need to have your pens all cleaned out and your lambs headed home. It is very, very important that there is no trash, anything besides bedding and you know what. There cannot be any trash in it because it's going to be composted, and we cannot compost trash. So please make sure when you clean out and put your bedding in the designated area that it is trash-free. Thank you.
another pair of pairs that are both have a lot of quality in them. We're going to start with the ones here closest to me, just a little more stoutness maybe in the strong one out of this pair. I really like this weather quite a bit. And the second place pair is certainly a strong pair as well. The ewe lamb's kind of carrying the weather a little bit out of that group, but really 4 nice lambs out here. Let's give them a big hand.
Results for Class 29, first place, Kevin Spicer. Second place, Kelly Spicer. Now in the ring, we need all of our market lamb pair class winners for the selection of our champion and reserve champion pair. Following the selection of our pair champions, we will move into our market classes, starting with Class 30.
Excellent set of pairs, I think, in all your groups. Again, not real deep class in terms of numbers, but a lot of quality in all of them, and all these class winners are very deserving. I really like the way this pair of middleweights match up together. They're going to be your champions today, but let's give them a big round of applause.
Grand champion pair of market lambs is exhibited by Kelly Spicer. Reserve champion pair of market lambs is exhibited by Kevin Spicer. Congratulations to our market lamb pair winners. We're going to move right along into our individual market lamb classes, starting with class 30. So class 30, you may come on into the show ring.
Well, a nice set of lightweights to start out with. I think we got a pretty complete ewe lamb here to start your class. She's really a stout featured lamb from end to end, probably one of the thicker ended sheep in the class, and she's got a good touch down through her rack and very three-dimensional in her loin. I think the weather here in second kind of falls in the same type and kind, maybe not quite as much in terms of forerib and flank today as the one we're starting with, but I think he kind of a logical second for me today. And then the youngsters here in third and fourth. The white lamb probably just a little more cutability there, a little more length up from flank to flank, a little longer handling kind of sheep. But four nice lambs. Let's give them a big hand.
Results for class 30. First place, Liam Hartner. Second place, John Bell. Third place, Duncan Bell. Fourth place, Kaylin Walker. Now in the ring is class 31.
Really a nice ewe lamb to start this class. She's really my kind of sheep. She's very stout, featured from end to end, real rugged in her design. I love the bone and the foot she's got underneath her, and a good bit of natural with the skeleton. She's the freshest handling when you put your hands on her. She's a real thick-ended kind of sheep with a lot of lower stifle and thigh. Sheep here in second and third. I think the second place lamb probably more closely resembles what we're starting with from a type perspective. Again, a good rack shape in this lamb. Good turn to her loin edge as well. Just a lamb that maybe funnels a little more in the base of her leg than the one we're starting with, but I think she's a logical second for us. Lambs in third, fourth, and fifth. The third place lamb probably a little more product oriented today, a little more natural rib shape, a little more feedability in that sheep. Same goes for the 1 and 4th. The 5th place lamb's a lamb that's really long handling and really attractive when you get off and viewing from the side. He's just a little more tubular in his makeup today, and he washes out just a little bit in his top shape. But a nice set of 5. Let's give him a big hand.
Now entering the ring is Class 32. Results for Class 31, first place, Kelly Spicer. Second place, Ansley Hartner. Third place, Violet Bell. Fourth place, Kylie Bingham. Fifth place, Caitlin Spicer. Now in the ring is Class 32.
Again, a real nice weather this class. Lamb that's got a lot of natural dimension. I think when you're judging from the ground up, he's impressive from a rib shape perspective, natural thickness and depth. Sheep here in second and third, or there's just a little more lamb here in second hole. I think he's a little more stretched out in terms of length from flank to flank, a little longer handling kind of sheep. The third place lamb, certainly a lamb that does have some rib shape and some natural dimension to him. He's just a little more bunchy, and he's typed today to get any higher. Sheep in fourth and fifth. The fourth place lamb, better in terms of top shape today, a better turn to a rack, a little better spring to a rib than the fifth place lamb. But a nice set. Let's give him a hand.
Now entering the ring is Class 33. Results for Class 32. First place, Courtney Spicer. Second place, Max Schwartz. Third place, John Bell. Fourth place, Milliam Molnix. Fifth place, Duncan Bell. Now in the ring is Class 33.
Really a strong pair, I think, to start this class. A little different type sheep, but this is the way I like them today. This ewe lamb for me balances out a little bit nicer for me. She's a sounder made sheep. She's better at her neck shoulder junction. She's a little smoother and straighter in her lines from end to end. She's probably a little longer in her hip, a little smoother at her hip loin junction. That being said, the lamb in second probably is a little more massive in terms of top shape. I think when you analyze simply his rack and the three-dimensional to turn to his loin edge, he's really impressive there. I'd just maybe like to change a few design aspects of him in terms of his breast, and maybe just level him out a little bit there at his jump muscle. He gets a little high, and it tends to make him look like he's a little shorter hipped than he probably is. Sheep here in third and fourth. The ewe lamb, I think, matches up and follows the one above him pretty well. Another stout feature kind of sheep with a lot of feedability, a lot of natural with the skeleton to her, maybe a little bit lower at her point of her shoulders than the two we had above her, but I think she's a logical third for us. And then the lambs in fourth and fifth, the white lamb for me, just more product there, a little more natural top shape today. Good set of 5.
Now entering the ring is Class 34. Results for Class 33. First place, Milliam Molnix. Second place, Taryn Schwartz. Third place, Benjamin Carter. Fourth place, Quinn Hartner. Fifth place, Eric Roth. Now in the ring is Class 34. Following this, we will have the selection of our Division I champion and reserve champion market lambs.
nice set here. I think we got a really strong ewe lamb to start this class, a lamb that's just super stout, featured down her top. Really a good touch to her. She's very fresh and to the handle over her rack and edge. The lamb, the weather here in second, I think is probably kind of follows in terms of type and kind, very similar. Maybe not quite as fresh to the handle, especially up through his elbow pocket, maybe over his 12th rib. But another lamb that's got a tremendous amount of product in him. And I think when you get behind him, he's one of the thicker ended sheep in the class. Really a nice lamb here in third as well. A lamb that balances out really well. I think he ties himself together pretty well. He's maybe not quite as fresh in terms of handle up through his rack, especially as the two we had above him, but I think he's going to harvest really well. And as you get behind him, he's really impressive in terms of his stifle expression and lower leg muscle. And that's kind of where he excels the ewe lamb we've got in fourth. She's certainly a well-made sheep, but she kind of wants to funnel a little bit in the base of her leg and gets just a little bit narrower gauge when you get up on top of her. And then the fifth place lamb to round out the set, I think is fairly good. He's just a little more nondescript in terms of his top shape today. But a good set of 5. Let's give him a big hand.
Results for Class 34. First place, Caitlin Spicer. Second place, Courtney Spicer. Third place, Brianna Powell. Fourth place, Addison Ridgely. Fifth place, Brianna Powell. Now in the ring will be the selection of our Division I champion and reserve champion market lamb.
Well, great set out here for your lightweight champion. I think you guys should be real happy with the set and the quality you got out here in this group. And we got a really nice one, I think, to use, and another one. It's a little different pattern, but I think they match up fairly well. But I'm going to use two that I like quite a bit. Let's give them all a big round of applause.
Our Division I Market Lamb is exhibited by Kelly Spicer, and Division I Reserve Champion is exhibited by Milliam Molnix. We will now move into Division II with Class 35. May bring their lambs on in. Class 35 into the show ring.
another group with a lot of quality in it. I think really kind of a closer placing than I thought it would be on top. I do like the weather, probably a tick more. There's a little more pounds of product there, probably a little more natural dimension from end to end. He's no doubt the thickest ended sheep in the class, and I like that about him. And certainly a huge turn to his top and a big loin edge in him. And he's probably the biggest bone sheep as well. The ewe lamb for me might be a touch fresher to the touch, right through her elbow pocket and up over her 12th rib. She's kind of dialed in right now. She's really right on. Just not quite as much product there today. She kind of gets out horsed just a little bit by the weather. The sheep here in third and fourth, the weather for me, quite a bit stouter from end to end. He reads quite a bit more natural thickness in terms of rack shape, and then when you get behind him, he's probably a little more expressive and he's stifle as well.
Now entering the ring is Class 36. Results for Class 35. First place, Kelly Spicer. Second place, Courtney Spicer. Third place, Max Schwartz. Fourth place, Taryn Schwartz. Now in the ring is Class 36.
Nice set. I think kind of some challenges for me in this one. I kind of like this ewe lamb we're starting with. She balances out really well, has a great profile. Good shape to her. Maybe not quite as fresh as the wether we've got in second in terms of her turn to her loin edge or maybe the rack shape she's got, but she's quite a bit smoother blending in her neck shoulder junction. She's probably got a little more natural depth from forerib to flank. She's definitely got more width to chest floor and more natural thickness to her. The wether's certainly a lamb that's got a good top shape and a good turn to his loin edge, but he gets a little shallow in his chest floor and he's a little bit narrower base than I'd like to match up with the rest of him. Lambs here in third and fourth. The third place lamb for me, probably a little more fresh and dialed in terms of finish and the way he handles, especially up over that 12th rib and down through his flank today. The wether here or the ewe lamb, I guess, here in fourth, probably has a little more natural thickness than the one we're rounding out the set with. The fifth place one there is certainly a lamb that's got a good profile to her, but she just funnels in the base of her leg a little bit and gets a little more shallow in her forerib, but good set of 5.
Now entering the ring is Class 37. Results for Class 36. First place, Taryn Schwartz. Second place, Tessa Seals. Third place, Addison Ridgely. Fourth place, Jacob Anderson. Fifth place, Milliam Molnix. Now in the ring is Class 37.
Well, nice weather to start with. Certainly a lamb that's got a lot of length of side. He's really extended in his growth curve. I like him up through his front end and the levelness at top he's got. These are the longest handling sheep in the class. I think the weather here in second's kind of similar in terms of pattern. Another long handling kind of sheep, maybe not quite as natural with the skeleton and maybe not quite as much bone underneath him, but I think he's kind of a logical second for us. And then the sheep here in third and fourth, the blue lamb for me, quite a bit higher cutability kind of sheep, maybe a little more natural top shape and a little more stifle today, but a good set of 4. Let's give him a big hand.
Now entering the ring is Class 38. Results for Class 37. First place, Luke Cheney. Second place, Duncan Bell. Third place, Violet Bell. Fourth place, Eric Roth. Now entering the ring is Class 38. Following this, we will have the selection of our Division II champion and reserve champions. Just another friendly reminder, at the conclusion of our safely distanced, sanitized sheep show on Saturday, I know there's more. When you clean out your pens, you should not have any what in it? Trash. There should only be, you know what, in there. It needs to be swept out, cleaned out, and good to go so that we can get everything cleaned up and ready for the next set of shows. There are places to dispose out back this way and over that way by the cattle barns. Just make sure there is no trash so it can be properly composted. Please and thank you.
Well, really a strong class. There's only 3 out here, but there's a tremendous amount of quality. I really like this pair of lambs we're starting with. I'm going to give the nod to the weather, I guess, this time. He's a little bit, probably handles just a tick longer. He probably handles with just a tick more rack shape today, but both have a tremendous amount of product in them. I really like the look of this ewe lamb when you get off and view her from the side. She's real straight in her lines, and she's got a good hip in her. She's maybe just a touch more shallow in her chest floor today than the one we're starting with, and that worked against her just a little bit more as well. But 2 really good ones to start the class. Anyway, I got a ewe lamb here to round out the set. Just kind of ran into a buzzsaw in terms of quality, but certainly another good one in her own right. She's another high cutability kind of sheep. It's got a good top shape to her as well.
Results for Class 38. First place, Kevin Spicer. Second place, Kelly Spicer. Third place, Kevin Spicer. Now in the ring will be the selection of our Division II champion and reserve champion market lambs.
Well, again, a great group out here for your weight division champion. I think you all should be real proud of the quality you've got here in Howard County and what's come out here for the show today. I think we've got quite a selection here to choose from. But for me, I think there's two that are really good that are market ready, harvest ready, and they're these two closest to me. They'll be your champion reserve. Let's give them a big hand.
Division II Champion Market Lamb is exhibited by Kevin Spicer, and the reserve champion for Division II is exhibited by Kelly Spicer. We will now begin Division III with Class 39. May bring their lambs into the ring. Class 39.
Nice pair of lambs are a little different types and kinds. We're going to use this ewe lamb here, a little more ground and pound to her, but she's a really stout featured kind of lamb. I really like the top and the natural width, the skeleton she brings to the table. Just a super thick-ended kind of sheep as well, and a good bit of bone underneath her. Take nothing away from the weather here in a second. He's just a little different type today. He's a little longer in his hind saddle maybe, but he narrows up a little bit in terms of his design. But nice pair.
Now entering the ring is Class 40. Results for Class 39. First place, Riley Trotman. Second place, Eddie Johnson. Class 40, come on in.
Well, another good pair here at the top end of this class. We're going to use the lamb closest to me. Probably just balances out a tick nicer today, a little bit neater right through the point of his shoulder, maybe a little bit cleaner right through his front third today. Kind of a close placing for me. They both have good tops to them. They both measure out really well. A lot of hind saddle in both of these sheep, but that's kind of where the difference was in these. Lambs in third and fourth. The third place sheep quite a bit wider structured today, a little more natural with the skeleton, maybe a little more feedability in this sheep. She's starting to get maybe just a tick more maternal in her shape. She's starting to lay in a little bit of fat there in her elbow pocket and over that 12th rib, and we'd probably just like to pare that back a little bit, but otherwise she's an awful good sheep. And then the blue lamb over the white lamb there to round them out. Just a little bit more natural top shape and dimension today, a little more expressive in terms of muscle through his stifle as well. Good set of 5.
Now entering the ring is Class 41. Results for Class 40. First place, Grace Meyer. Second place, Kelly Spicer. Third place, Ryan Peak. Fourth place, Tessa Seals. Fifth place, Charlie Brendel. Now entering the ring is Class 41.
I kind of like to mix these two lambs together and make one out of them. They're kind of different patterns for me. The one we're starting with is quite a bit fresher to the touch today. He's a little more dialed in terms of finish and up over his rack in terms of natural hydration and rib shape. I think he's probably excelling the one we've got in second. The one in second's probably a little better in terms of balance and look. He's a little more extended in his front end. He's a little longer handling, a little longer from flank to flank. So real tough pair, but I just feel like this one's a little more dialed in today for harvest purposes. Good pair.
Now entering the ring is Class 42. Results for Class 41. First place, Hayden Brundle. Second place, Luke Cheney. Following Class 42, we will have the selection of our Division III champions.
Another nice, strong pair here in your heaviest division. I think the weather for me is just holding himself together a little better at this higher weight. He's a real nice top in this guy. He's not getting lazy at all. He's got a good touch still. You get behind him. He's a real powerhouse in terms of meat shape and muscle and expression. The ewe lamb in second, certainly another stout featured kind of sheep. I love the width of skeleton she brings to the table. She's probably getting just a little more maternal in her shape as she's getting bigger here, but I'd maybe just like to lean her up a little bit, I guess, in terms of elbow pocket especially. But nice set. Let's give him a big hand.
Results for Class 42. First place, Grace Meyer. Second place, Cody Trotman. Now in the ring will be the selection of our Division III champion and reserve champion market lambs.
Well, really a nice set here for your heavyweight division. There's definitely some differences out here. There's no question about that. It's been a little difficult to keep the same type all the way through because some of them just are better than others, and you kind of have that to kind of sort through. For me, there's a limb that's a little different out here that I like quite a bit, and I'm going to use her for your champion, the ewe lamb on the far end. We'll come back to this wether here closest to me for reserve.
Division III champion market lamb is exhibited by Riley Trotman, and the reserve champion for Division III is exhibited by Grace Meyer. We will now have the selection of our overall grand champion and reserve grand champion market lambs. So I believe that means we need our Division I, II, and III champions to the ring. Now in the ring, we need all of our division champion and reserve champions. So for Division I, that would be Kelly Spicer and Millie Ann Molnix. Division II, Kevin Spicer and Kelly Spicer. And Division III, Riley Trotman and Grace Meyer. Just a reminder, following the conclusion of our show, you need to clean out your what? Pens. You need to sweep them. There should be no trash when you dispose of the bedding. Would also like to thank Mr. Dinsmore again for coming to judge our Saturday sheep show that has been safely, socially distanced, and sanitized. Let's give him a round of applause to thank him. Woohoo! Would also like to say thank you to our Howard County Fair Board for sponsoring this year's Howard County Fair Youth Shows. Without all of their hard work to get everything up to par, we would not be able to be here and have the 4-Hers exhibit their animals. So let's give them a round of applause. If you see anybody wearing one of those super cool shirts and badges, that's really sad. Come on, people. I know that you're small, but we're mighty. Yay. Woohoo!
And I, especially myself, would like to thank my assistants. I tell you, without them coming to help me every year, this job would be an impossible job. They keep me straight. They tell me everything I'm doing wrong. And without them, I wouldn't know what to do. So let's please give my assistants around the table a round of applause.
Well, let's put our hands together for these kids out here. Been a challenging year, I think, for everybody, and I appreciate what you guys have done having a show for the kids. It would have, it's been a tough year all the way around, but it sure would have been a shame to not have these kids have a chance to come out here at their county fair and show off their projects. And they've obviously put in a whole lot of work back home. I mean, livestock like this doesn't just kind of happen by accident. I mean, there's a lot of quality out here, and all of them took a lot of work to get where they're at. So I think it's good. It's a good reflection on the young people and certainly the parents back home and the program, or I don't know, I guess we're not saying 4-H today, but we're whoever's in charge of this thing really did a heck of a job. So I appreciate that, and I feel honored to be asked to come evaluate it for you from over in Frederick County. But I think an excellent group of lambs, and you really can't go wrong with the kind of quality we've got out here. I'm going to use the best one in my opinion, which it's a little off in terms of size maybe for me, but I'm going to use that lightweight ewe lamb. She's awful good today, and we'll come back to the weather for reserve in front of him.
Our grand champion individual market lamb is exhibited by Kelly Spicer, and our reserve grand champion individual market lamb is exhibited by Kevin Spicer. Let's give all of our exhibitors and everybody a round of applause. Thank you again for coming to our 2020 Howard County Fair Youth Show. Stick around if you're allowed and have your form signed for the breeding sheep show, which will be starting at 2 o'clock. Don't forget, clean your pens, no trash. The trash police are here.
no, I'm sorry, Class 4 early junior lambs. There should be one entry in that class. Please bring it into the ring. I'm sorry, I messed up there again. We are starting with a white wool first. In the first class will be Class 1 yearling ram, 1 year and under 2. I didn't flip my page back after I was talking to somebody. Sorry.
This is still going to be.
Okay, in Class 1, yearling ram, first goes to Millie Ann Malnix. She has a first place in her ram and champion ram of the white wools. We're now ready for Class 10, yearling ewe, 1 year and under 2. There should be one entry in that class. Okay, and the pair of both sexes. First goes to Millie Ann Malnix with the blue ribbon. That concludes our white wool show. We're now ready to move on to our natural colors. So if we could start with Class 4, early ram lamb.
We got 7. What happened in class? Millie got first?
Yes.
Class 10, I think. And then did you do 12 yet or not?
Michael, if you don't mind grabbing that ram you just had to bring him in, and we can select our champion. Yes, sir. Ariella Graybill has first in the early, first in the late. She's now in here for pair lambs, and then she'll be in for champion ram.
A nice pair of natural colored buck lambs here. I think for me for champion today, they're very similar, but I feel like the fleece is probably a little more uniform from shoulder to britch in our older buck, and we'll use him for your champion and come back to the late buck lamb for reserve.
Okay, our champion ram was exhibited by Ariella Graybill with a late ram lamb, and the reserve also goes to Ariella with the reserve champion with her early ram. Okay, we're now ready for class 10, yearling 1 year and under 2. There should be one exhibitor in that class. Okay, we're now ready for class 15, early junior lamb. There should be 2 entries in that class. Results of class 10 or 11. The yearling ewe first went to Millyann Mullenix.
A nice pair of lamb, natural color division. I think just a little more uniformity in her fleece, probably a little higher quality fleece in this the young ladies ewe lamb we're starting with. The second place lamb probably has a little more growth to her, probably a little longer from flank to flank and a little more extended in her growth curve, but just not quite the uniformity of fleece quality as the one we're starting with.
Okay, the results of Class 15, ewe early junior lamb, first and second went to Ariella Graybill. Please bring in Class 16, late ewe lamb. Should be 2 entries in that class.
These are actually backwards. We're going to start with the young lady here. Just a little more uniformity, especially when you get down the britch of that fleece. When we compare with the young man's. And second, they're both real high quality kind of lambs. I like both of them quite a bit.
Okay, the results of Class 16 and 17. Late ewe lamb, first and second, went to Ariella Graybill, and the Class 17 pair of junior ewe lambs, first and second, went to Ariella Graybill. We're now ready for in the ring is being judged Class 18 champion ewe.
Great group of females out here for your natural colored champion. For me, this yearling she was alone in her class, but she's a real high quality individual. I like her quite a bit. She'll be your champion. We'll come down to this late ewe lamb for reserve. Just a real nice fleece on her as well. Let's give them a big hand.
Okay, we're now ready for Class 20, pair of lambs, both sexes. Oh my. Yep. Okay, we just did Class 20, lambs both sex. First and second went to Ariella Graybill. Class 21, pen of 4 lambs. Ariella Graybill got first. Young flock, Ariella got first and second. And the Get a Sire she got first. She's a busy little girl, and she's wearing me out. Okay, our next class for the hand spinner is the Supreme. We need the Supreme Champion White Wool and the Supreme Champion, we need the Champion White and the Champion Black to find the Supreme. Okay, we now need the Champion Black Wool Ram and the Champion White Wool Ram for the Supreme Champion. So please bring in your black and white wool to the ring. If anybody is missing a pair of glasses, there were a pair of glasses turned in up here at the table. They look like turquoise and black. So seemed like I saw somebody wearing these, but I don't remember who I saw.
Well, really a nice pair for your Supreme Champion, the wool breeds. I think both of them are really good. I don't want to take anything away from this natural colored lamb here closest to me, but this yearling Lincoln Buck's in real good shape, and he's got a great fleece on him, so he'll be your Supreme Champion today. But let's give them both a big round of applause.
I'd like to take this time to thank our natural colored breeder, Ariella Graybill, for her exhibit. She did a fantastic job. And Millie Ann Malnix for her white wools. So we are now going to move on to our next shows, which will be our commercial breed. So if the commercial breeders would get their animals up to the show ring, we will get started very soon. Okay, we're now ready to start the commercial show. We have one exhibitor and the early ram lamb. Please bring him into the ring. Still only have one in the class. All right. I'm sorry, it's not an early, it's a late. Please bring your late ram into the class. Okay, the results of Class 5, late junior ram. First goes to Millianne Molnix with the champion overall ram. We're now ready for Class 9, aged ewes. There should be 2 in this class. One.
Millie wants to.
Okay, the results of Class 9 aged ewes goes to Caitlin Walker with the first place. Please bring in Class 10, yearling 1 year and under 2. There should be 2 entries in that class.
Well, nice pair of yearlings here. Really a stout featured ewe to start with. She's not one to show for us the best today, but she's really a well-made sheep, and she handles herself exceptionally well in terms of structure. Nice ewe here in second. Certainly got some growth and size to her as well.
Okay, we're now ready for Class 15, early junior ewe lamb. There should be several entries in that class. Results of Class 10, yearling 1 year and under 2. First went to Duncan Beal, second to Caitlin Walker.
A nice pair of crossbred ewe lambs here. Obviously different types. We're going to use the black-faced lamb today. She's holding herself together really well. Just a nice sheep and very good structure on her. Great hip and top shape as well. Take nothing away from the Katahdin here. Just kind of got out-horsed a little bit today, but a nice pair of lambs.
Okay, the results of Class 15. First went to Millie-Ann Molnix and second to Jacqueline Yancha. We're now ready for Class 16, late ewe lambs. Should be 2 entries in that class.
Well, another nice pair of nice ewe lambs here. Again, the kind of the Hampshire lamb is really a clean pattern kind of sheep. She's really structurally sound. I like she's my kind of sheep. And then the Katahdin's certainly a nice ewe in her own right. She's got some top shape to her and some dimension. A little bit pounds lighter kind of sheep today, but a nice pair.
Okay, we're now ready for Champion U. Please bring in all your first place, early, late, yearling, and aged ewes. Should be one more, right? Yeah.
Well, really a great group here for your crossbred champion reserve, and it hadn't been a real big number in terms of show, in terms of quantity, but a lot of quality out here. I think any of these ones that won their class could go to a lot of fairs and do really well. I'm going to pick the ewe that's not really showing for us real well today, but this yearling ewe is an awful good one, and she deserves to be your champion. We'll come back to the late lamb here for reserve.
Okay, and Class 20, pair of both sexes. Millieanne Molnick's got first. In Class 21, twins. Millieanne Molnick's got a first. And in young flock, Class 23, Millieanne Molnick's got a first. We're now ready to move up to our Katahdin breed. So if the Katahdin breeders would get their animals up to the ringside, it'd be appreciated. Okay, we'd like to get started with our Katahdin show. If Kaylin Walker would bring in her yearling ram, please. Okay, we're now ready for Class 4, Early Junior Lamb Ram. There should be two in that class. Results of Class 1, first one to Kaylin Walker.
Good set of Katahdin ram lambs here. We're going to start with probably the biggest, big framey buck here, the lightest in color. He's got a lot of length from flank to flank and extension up through his front end. Probably just a little more extended in his growth curve today. Buck's in second and third. The second place buck for me shows a little more in terms of depth of body and natural width of skeleton today. I think when you get behind him, he's probably a tick, wider structured in terms of wider tracking when he walks away from you, just a little more natural leg muscling there. And the third place buck is probably a sounder footed buck when we compare him with the fourth place ram in terms of the way he handles his hock and rear passion on the move. But a nice set of four. Let's give him a hand.
Okay, we're now ready for Class 5, Late Lamb. There should be one in that class. Results of Class 4, first and second, third and fourth went to Micah Yunsha. Okay, Class 5 results first went to Kaylin Walker with her late ram. We're now ready for our champion ram. You leaving? God bless you. Take care of it, John. Oh, that's
Nice set of bucks out here. We had a couple of single entries that really could have stood a fair amount of competition in their class, and I like both of them quite a bit. This yearling buck, you can see where he's at, and I like the way he's put together. He'll be your champion. We'll come back to this late buck lamb for reserve.
Okay, we're now ready for Age Jew Class 9. There should be 3 entries in that class.
A nice set of age ewes, I guess. We're going to use the white ewe today. She's probably the soundest made you of the set. She's really good in the slope to her shoulder. She holds her tail up high. She's relatively level in her design from end to end. Probably the soundest off her feet and legs on both ends. Use here in second, third, the second place you for me, probably a little bit more length of hip to her, probably a little more natural width and dimension to her from end to end as well. Nice set of three.
Okay, we're now ready for Class 10, yearling ewe, 1 year and under 2. Results of Class 9, first went to Jacqueline Yuncha, second and third went to Micah Yuncha. There should be 3 entries in the next class.
Well, no wonder. This was put over right.
We're going to start with this one, the white ewe here making her way across the ring. Probably easily the soundest footed ewe. I think when you get her in motion, she's got a tremendous amount of rib shape to her. Certainly the biggest bodied ewe in the group, and I like that about her. A lot of growth and performance there. Using second and third, the darker ewe probably just a tick sounder off both ends. When you get her in motion, she kind of plants and drives out of that hock and rear pasture, and a tick better than the red ewe does. But the red ewe is certainly a nice ewe in her own right up to her front third. She's very feminine. I like that about her. I just maybe like to change her rear wheels a little bit.
Okay, Michael, never mind, you got that. How about an early junior ewe lamb, please, class 16?
Wish I was. Robert really wishes he was.
Oh, he's getting there. Oh, I'm sure he is.
Oh, he's got another 3 hours. Oh, yeah.
I bet goat quality's better than our lamb quality.
And you know where almost everyone that came from?
The spicers, but their good lambs came from the Rills.
I know. I didn't know that, so I asked.
Well, and their sheep, some of those lambs were owned and bred by the Rills, but lambs theirs. You can tell by I am
A good pair here, quite a bit more growth and performance in the dark ewe lamb here. Just a good big half-handed animal here to evaluate. The red ewe certainly really sound made, and I think she might be a tick more youthful in her look, but just gives up a lot of size.
We're now ready for class 16, late ewe lambs. Should be 2 in that class. Results class 15. First and second went to Micah Yuncha. Another strong pair here, I think, that match up pretty well. The darker colored ewe here, just a little more to her today, a little more natural rib shape, especially in that forerib, and then down her flank, she's a little more maternal in her shape. The white lamb, certainly a well-made lamb, very youthful in her look. I like her up through her front third. She's just a little narrower gauged for me today, a little more tubular. Okay, we're now ready for champion ewe. So if we could start up this end with the aged ewe, then the yearling, the late, and early, then late, please.
Well, really an impressive group of Katahdins out here for your champion female lineup. You guys should be happy with this many. A lot of times, you go to fairs and you don't even see Katahdins at all, but you guys have really cultivated the breed, and I think you got a good group of them here. For me, there's a couple that kind of stand out. They're a little different in their type, and they're a little more modern maybe, and a little more attractive overall. I'm going to use that late ewe lamb for your champion and come back up here to the yearling ewe that's second in line here for reserve. But let's give all of them a big round of applause.
Okay, that concludes our Catoctons. So if we could now move into our Supreme Drive, we'd like to start off with our champion overall ram. So please bring in your yearling Catocton and your champion meat breed.
Well, a nice pair of buck lambs for your, or bucks here for your overall Supreme. I like both of them quite a bit. I like the black-faced lamb quite a bit for his conformation, the way he's put together. He handles himself really well. I'd just like to clean him up a little bit in terms of his mouth structure. He's a little bit off in his mouth today. And the Katahdin is certainly an awful good one, too. He's got tons of pounds and performance and product in him, and he'll be your Supreme today. Let's give all of them a big round of applause, though.
Okay, we have one more class, the Supreme Meet You. Well, great set again. I don't want to hold you guys out here any longer than we need to. I think an awful
awful good group. And again, just like we said in the market class, it's nice that you were able to pull something together for these kids and have a show in the face of a lot of hurdles, I guess you'd say. So it was good to have this outing and this day together. For me, for Supreme, it's pretty easy for me. I really like this dark face you quite a bit, and she'll be your champion. But let's give all of them a big round of applause.
I have a few. Where's Bruce?
I have not seen him.
Do you still need this clipboard?
My glasses.
That's gotta be Rachel.
Well, she picked them up for me once because when I'm with my mask on, they fog up. So I take them off. I've already lost them twice today.
Just a reminder, at 4 o'clock, Lenny's food and ice cream will be shutting down today. So if you're thinking about eating, you may want to go there very soon.
you so much for everyone coming out here today and participating in our Meat Goat Show. We are ready to get started with our breeding division. We have a relatively small breeding show. So if you are planning to be in showmanship, those oldest classes of showmanship exhibitors, be paying attention because we will go through these classes pretty quickly. It looks like we have 3 entries to kick off our breeding meat goat show, 3 intermediate doe kids. If we could have those doe kids come to the ring, please. 2 entries for Summer Huber and 1 for Dylan Montgomery. While our judge is reviewing the class, we'll introduce him again quickly. This is Robert Dinsmore, very familiar face to many of us who have been involved in sheep and goats here in Maryland for some time. And we really appreciate him taking the time to come out and evaluate these goats for us today. As a reminder to all of our exhibitors and those around, parents, family that are around here watching, we do have to keep masks on, covering nose and mouth here around the arena. We don't want to end up having to shut down this show partway through or partway through the week of everyone getting to show off their animals. So please help us by complying with what the health department has mandated for us today. And just again quickly, exhibitors will be entering the gate down by the cattle barns. That'll be our entry gate, and we'll be exiting out behind me. So we have 1 way in and 1 way out for today's show.
Okay, thanks for having me back for the goats deal here. I think we've got a strong trio of females here to start your breeding show off. Really a complete doe to start here. She's very feminine in her make and kind through her front end. She's great up through her throat latch. She's really a smooth blending kind of goat in her neck-shoulder junction. She's nice and straight and level in her design, and she's still a thick enough doe. She's got plenty of thickness to her, reading down her top, and a good bit of rib shape and maternal look to her. Doe's here in second and third, a little bit closer for me. Decision, the second place doe, probably a little bit more stretched out in terms of length from flank to flank, probably a little more elevation or chest floor today. They're both stout featured kind of does. You get behind them, you love their pin set and the circumference of bone and the foot they've got underneath both of them. Just a little more goat here in second hole. But let's give all 3 of them a big round of applause.
First place in that intermediate doe kid class goes to Summer Huber with her goat tag WKFMK5. Second to Dylan Montgomery, and third to Summer Huber. Summer Huber's doe will be our junior champion doe, and the reserve will be the entry from Dylan Montgomery. We have 1 yearling doe, kidded yearling doe entry. We'll take our 1 kidded yearling doe. we will go ahead and award a first place to that single entry, the kitted doe. Now we're looking for another single entry, Raven Heron's non-kitted yearling doe. If you could bring her into the ring, please. And another first place to that single entry. We'll get some critiques of them when we bring them back in for our senior champion. We have 3 entries in the aged doe class. So again, that'll be a first place to Raven Heron for her non-kitted yearling doe. We should have 3 entries in the aged doe class, please. Raven Heron and 2 for Summer Huber. If you could please bring your aged does to the ring.
A nice set of aged does here. We're going to use this 5-year-old belted doe here to start with. Just a real pounds heavy kind of doe. You really like the way she's built from the ground up. She's got a tremendous amount of bone underneath her and a good bit of width of skeleton. She brings to the table. She's one of the stouter featured females we've seen, and she's still relatively feminine up through her front third and that throat latch area, and ties it all together pretty well. Does in second, third, a little bit different patterns. The traditional colored doe for me is probably just a tick more maternal in her shape and kind. You certainly like the forerib she brings to the table. She's quite a bit more flank in this female. She's a pretty good, pretty stout-made kind of female that still doesn't sacrifice too much femininity up front. Then the dappled doe to round out the set, certainly a doe that's got some femininity and some angularity in her. Just a little bit narrower gauge kind of doe gives up some power today, but a nice set of 3.
First place in that aged doe class is exhibited by Summer Huber, her entry FLFE4. second to Summer Huber, and third to Raven Heron. We need our first place yearlings and that age doe in to select our senior champion. So we're looking for our yearling doe kitted, our yearling doe not kitted, and our age doe to come into the ring to select our senior champion.
Well, a good set out here for your senior champion. We had a couple of single entries out here. We had this red doe certainly could have stood some competition. She's really stout featured and very kind of maternal in her shape. She might give up just a little bit in terms of femininity up front, but there's a lot of goat there. And then the traditional colored doe behind her was another solo entry that was very anchored in her design, and you certainly like how neat she is up to her throat latch and her front third. Just a little narrower gauge kind of goat that maybe you just like to thick her up a little bit. And then we got this 5-year-old that came out and kind of wowed the old class, and she's really holding it all together pretty well. She might get just a touch soft on her pastures, but that's not uncommon for a doe that age and that kind of girth and weight. She'll be your champion today. We'll come back to this red doe for your reserve, but let's give them a big round of applause.
Our senior champion doe comes from the aged doe class, exhibited by Summer Huber, and our reserve senior doe, also exhibited by Summer Huber from our kitted yearling doe class. To select grand champion doe, we need that junior champion and the senior champion, please. We'll just bring our champions into the ring, but reserves should be on standby for the selection of reserve champion.
A nice pair of females out here for your overall champion female. I think this 5-year-old is really impressive, and she's holding herself together really well. And we can kind of see where she's at. She's a heck of a doe. She'll be your champion. I think for reserve, there's no need to go back to the red doe in the pens. I think this doe kid here is very impressive, and she'll be your. She follows this other one pretty well. She'll be your reserve. Let's give them a big hand.
Our grand champion doe comes from the age doe class, our senior champion, exhibited by Summer Huber. Reserve champion doe is our junior champion, also exhibited by Summer Huber. Congratulations to all of our doe exhibitors. We have one buck kid entry, so we'll give a minute to switch those goats around and bring in our single buck entry. The single intermediate buck kid entry today.
Well, it's a shame we only got one buck for our show, but it's an awful good one. He's a nice 5-month-old buck kid here. Certainly made right, and he deserved some competition. Let's give her a big hand.
Summer Huber's buck will also be our grand champion buck for today. So congratulations to her for bringing such nice goats out for the breeding show. We will give about 5 minutes to switch these goats out. We need to let our breeding goats get back to the barn, and then we will be ready to start our first class of senior fitting and showing, seniors 16 to 18 years old. So again, this is a 5-minute call for that class. We'll get these breeding goats back where they need to be in the barn, and then we'll bring in that first showmanship class. like we are ready to bring in our first class of showmanship. These are senior exhibitors, aged 16 to 18 years. I believe we have 6 entries. Go ahead and bring in those 16 to 18-year-old senior showmanship exhibitors, please.
We got 5 up, Bruce. One more.
Well, a great set of kids out here for your senior division showmanship. Yeah, really a great group, top to bottom. This is the way I like him today. The young man we're starting with really did a great job with his weather, getting the most out of him, and always had him braced up, but not exaggerate, I guess, in the way he braced. I mean, he always seemed to have the front feet on the ground for the most part, and the goat was always set perfect, and he did a good job of bracing him while still keeping things easy. So that's always good. I think we got a great young lady here with the big doe. Did a great job of moving around the ring with her. Was very calm and collected. You can tell she's spent some time with her, and that always helps. Youngsters here in the next group here are all Weathers. It looks like they did a pretty good job. There's a couple times when the feet get off the ground and the goats want to maybe kind of over brace and they kind of get stretched too much, and that's just kind of something you got to be careful about when you're showing market animals. But great set all the way through. Let's give them a big hand.
As we're going, bringing in our senior 14 to 15-year-old class, results of our 16 to 18-year-old class. First to Luke Cheney, second place to Summer Huber, third Morgan Miller, fourth Raven Heron, fifth Madison Miller, and sixth Brianna Powell. Congratulations to all those exhibitors. Bringing in our 14 to 15-year-old exhibitors, please.
Another good set here in your next age group down. We had a couple young men out here that did a pretty good job of getting the most out of these goats. They're just got to watch a little bit, and they kind of want to fight and get their feet off the ground a little bit, but it's best if we don't do that. But otherwise, I think they did a pretty nice job. Young ladies in third and fourth did a pretty good job of keeping an eye on me. Didn't always have the goats set quite as well, or maybe didn't brace them quite as hard as the young men we started with, but I think they fit in pretty well where we got them. Just move on down, ran into some goats that maybe didn't want to cooperate quite as well today, and or didn't set up quite as well in the side view, but a pretty good group all the way through. Let's give them a big hand.
Congratulations in first place in that 14 and 15-year-old senior class to Nolan Wise, second to William Meyer, third Brittany Morris, fourth Samantha Skelly, fifth Kylie Bingham, sixth Cody Trotman, and seventh Riley Trotman. We have one entry in our first-year senior class.
A nice single entry here in your first year class. Certainly could have stood some competition. Did a great job of handling his weather in the ring.
And we'll have a first place for that single entry from Samuel Lape. Now we need to bring in all our class winning seniors. So our first place 16 to 18-year-old, our first place 14 and 15-year-old, and our first place first year senior to select our overall senior champion.
Well, a great group of guys out here for your senior champion. I think all three of them really did a nice job in both of their classes. For me, the young man is probably the most, as far as a natural at it, is the young man closest to me. He'll be your champion. But let's give all of them a big round of applause.
Congratulations, senior champion Luke Cheney. We'll be looking for you to come back for overall leader. Congratulations to all of our senior exhibitors. We'll be moving into our intermediate division, looking for 3 entries in our 13-year-old class of intermediates, please.
Oh, a great way to start out your intermediate age division. I think the young lady we're starting with really was silky smooth out here, always knew where I was, did a great job of setting this weather up and didn't draw too much attention away from the animal, so I think she was kind of a natural to win. Youngsters here in second, third both did a good job as well. The young man with the weather a couple times had the feet up off the ground, that sort of thing, and then the young lady in third, the doe just didn't want to work for it quite as well today maybe as sometimes, but certainly three excellent showmen. Let's give them a big hand.
First place 13-year-old went to Mary Boswell, second Austin Glover, and third Meredith Miller. Bringing in our 12-year-old showmanship exhibitors now.
Oh, another good group here. I think it's a little more challenging. I think they're all very even keel and very even in terms of their abilities. I think all of them did a good job. This is the way I like them right now. The young lady we're starting with did probably the most complete job as far as bracing her goat and getting it set up and always being on the right side and all the things we tell the kids to do. Same goes for the young man in second. He did a great job of changing sides and having that goat set up on the profile, especially when it's time to get pulled in. That's pretty important. As we move on down, we ran into some issues where the goats maybe didn't want to cooperate quite as well or didn't show themselves off quite as well as they could have. But really a great group of 5 kids. Let's give them a big hand.
Congratulations and first place in our 12-year-old showmanship class going to Devin Smith, second to Owen Wise, third Liam Hartner, fourth Caitlin Hill, and fifth to Molly Miller. We have one entry in our 11-year-old class. We'll bring that entry in, please. I'm sorry, we have two entries in the 11-year-olds. You're at the top of the next page. 2 entries in 11-year-olds. Our first-year intermediates should be at ringside, please.
Well, a nice pair of 11-year-olds here. We're going to use the young man in the Maryland tie. I think he did a really nice job of knowing where I was at all times, was always on the right side of the animal, did a good job of moving his goat around the ring. The young lady in second certainly did a good job as well. Her goat didn't want to cooperate with her quite as well, especially when we went to lead it, so that cost her a little bit today. But 2 nice showmen. Let's give them a big hand.
First place 11-year-old showman goes to Max Schwartz and second to Samantha Boswell. We have 2 exhibitors in our first year intermediate showmanship class. We're ready for you.
Well, two really good showmen in this set to round out your intermediate division. We're going to use the young man here with the big doe kick coming across the ring. Really did an excellent job of getting this goat stuck when he got her over here and put a brace on her. I'm sure the goat outweighs him, but he still did a good job with her, getting the most out of her, always had her set up and moved her really well around the ring. Same thing for the young lady in second. She did an excellent job as well. Maybe not quite as firm in terms of bracing as the young man, but both of them did an excellent job. Let's give them a big hand.
Congratulations to Dylan Montgomery, winning first place in that class. Second to Jalen Velasek. We'll go ahead and keep Dylan in the ring and bring back our other class winners for selection of our champion intermediate showman.
Well, again, another great group of kids for your division championship here. I think they all did a good job. I don't want to keep them out here too long any longer than they need to, because I think one of them kind of floats to the top in my mind. He's really impressed me since he first came out in the last class here. The young man on the far end, he'll be your champion. Let's give him a big hand.
Our champion intermediate showman is Dylan Montgomery. Congratulations. We'll let our intermediates out of the ring and bring in our juniors. Our first class of juniors will be our 10-year-olds. We're looking for 3 entries.
Yeah, that's right. Good set here to start off your junior set. I think the young man we're starting with had the most in terms of ring awareness out here. He knew, he was always watching me and knew when to stop. We were walking around the side and did a good job of getting this goat set up. Youngsters here in second, third, both did a pretty good job as well. The young lady was probably just a little more in tune with what was going on out here. But a nice set of three. Let's give him a big hand.
Congratulations on first place in that 10-year-old class to Quinn Hartner, second Savannah Glover, and third to Jacob Anderson. Looking for our junior 9-year-olds now, again looking for 3 entries in our junior 9-year-old showmanship class.
Well, another good group of juniors out here. The young lady we're starting with probably was the most complete showman in terms of getting the goat set up and always being on the correct side of it and knowing where I was at all times. The young lady in second, I think, was very good as well. Goat just fought her a little bit more probably, and the same thing went for the young man in third. He just kind of had a rough draw out here. The goat didn't want to work with him quite as well, but 3 really good showmen for this young group here. Let's give them a big hand.
We're ready for our 8-year-olds now, 8-year-old showmen. We have 3 entries in that class as well. First place in our 9-year-old class went to Abigail Nelson, second to Ansley Hartner, and third to James Boswell. Congratulations to those showmen. Again, 8-year-olds, we're looking for 3 entries.
Okay, guys, let's walk over here.
Well, let's give all three of these kids a big round of applause. Really a great job. Sometimes these younger groups turn into a little more of a rodeo than that, but I think they did a pretty good job of keeping them all under control. I gave each of them a few little pointers over here on the side, so we're not going to beat them up too hard on the mic here, but this is the way I like them today. But let's give them another big applause on the way out.
Congratulations to Kennedy Nelson winning our 8-year-old showman class, second to Kendall Dowdy, and third to Georgie Church. We'll let those exhibitors leave the ring, and we have one more class of junior showmen, our first-year junior showmen, to come into the ring. Following this class, we will select our champion junior showman. So we have our first place winners penned over here standing by. Following the selection of our junior champion, we will go right into selecting our grand champion showman. So we'll need our intermediate and senior champion at that time. So just be aware. Following the selection of our grand champion, we will go right into our market classes. So just to let everyone know, the plan for the rest of the afternoon, that is how it's going to go.
Okay, let's walk over to the flag.
Well, another great set here. I'm really surprised that this is a group of first-time kids because really all four of them did an excellent job. We talked about a couple odds and ends over there in private, but I think all four of them deserve a real big round of applause.
Congratulations to all of our first-year junior showmen. We're bringing in all those junior class winners now for selection of our junior champion from our 10-year-old, or excuse me, our 10-year-old, 9-year-old, 8-year-old, and first-year classes. From our first-year junior showman class, first place went to Addison Ridgely, second, Ella Campaneri, third, Anna Campaneri, fourth, Margaret Bam. Our judges selecting our junior champion. We need our intermediate and our senior champion to be at the gate, please.
Well, let's give all these juniors a big round of applause. Really a top shelf group, and you can tell they've spent some time with these animals outside of the ring, and I think all of them did a real nice job. I think all of them could be justified depending on, you know, when you look at them or what they're doing when you're looking at them, but I think every one of them kind of excelled in their individual classes. For me, there's a girl out here that really did an excellent job, and I asked her in her class if it's really the first time she's shown, and she said yeah. So I'm going to use this girl on the far end from the first year class as your overall or your junior champion. Let's give her a big hand.
Congratulations to Addison Ridgely, who will be our junior champion today. We'll let Addison stay on up here, and we need our intermediate champion and our senior champion, please. We'll be selecting our overall grand champion showman. A reminder to our market goat class exhibitors, we will be going right into our first class, which is bred and owned market goats, class 1. So that's class 16 in the program. So our first market goat class, we'll be looking for you after we select our grand champion.
Well, again, I'm always impressed with the caliber of the young people that come out for these deals, and this has been no exception. Certainly 3 excellent ones out here for your showmanship championship, and I think you can't go wrong with any of them. For me, the experience and the level of quality we've got here in the senior division was really impressive, and this young man really hasn't had a problem all day. We'll make him your champion, but let's give all of them a big round of applause.
Congratulations to Luke Cheney. He's our grand champion goat showman today. And congratulations to all of our showmanship exhibitors. We'll let everyone get their goats switched around, and we'll bring in our first class of the Market Goat Show. We're looking for 3 bred and owned goats, an exhibit by Georgie Church, and 2 from Raven Heron. So we have 3 bred and owned entries. You'll notice in your program that their weight range is quite a bit, so we're considering that these are all individual class winners in the bred and owned of their own, so we'll just be judging them this one time in the ring, going through them, and then we'll select a champion and reserve bred and owned.
Well, a good group here for your bred and owned division. There's only 3 of them out here, but there's certainly some quality. We're going to use this this big stout white one to be your champion. He's probably the heaviest muscled and just the thickest ended from end to end. Reserve gets a little closer for me, but we'll use this middleweight in the middle there to just a little more product there.
Our champion bred and owned market goat exhibited by Georgie Church, and our reserve by Raven Heron. Congratulations to those exhibitors for having their own goats that they have bred and raised to bring to the show today. We're still looking for market goat class 1, Margaret Bain, Mary Boswell, and Kennedy Nelson. We need you at the gate, please. As we get the main part of our market goat show underway with this first class of lightweight goats, just a few reminders for our exhibitors. You do need to make sure that your pens are cleaned out and check in with Mr. Bruce Bennett before you leave for the day. You are allowed to leave when you are finished showing, but those pens must be cleaned out, and check in with Bruce Bennett so that he can release you so that you can head home after you're done showing. For those of you that were not here at the beginning, our judge today is Mr. Robert Dinsmore. We're very glad that he was able to spend some time today evaluating animals for this fair. And just a quick shout out to all of the folks on the fair board and all of the committees that worked so hard to try to pull this show off. It really is a monumental effort in these days for any of these fairs to be able to try to get these in-person shows approved by both the facility folks and the health departments and everything that had to go into it. So a big thank you to all of the folks that were involved in even making this possible for our exhibitors to be able to be here today.
Oh, good set of goats to start off your type show here. I think we got a real good traditional colored goat here to start. He's just really stout featured from end to end. He reads really good down his top. He's got a great seam in him. You get behind him, he's probably the widest that he's pin set. And he's probably got as much twist as anything in the class. The goats in second and third are probably a little closer in type. The red goat, for me, is probably a little bit more dialed in terms of finish and freshness of touch today, especially up through his rack and over that 12th rib. But that third place goat, certainly a goat that's got some ruggedness of design and some width of skeleton. He does have some product in him, and I like that about him. I just maybe like to tighten him up a little bit and freshen up his touch a little bit. Goats here in 4th, 5th, and 6th. The 4th place goat, I feel like, is probably the cleanest pattern of the remaining 3. He's probably a little higher cutability kind of dude, but nice set all the way through. Let's give him a hand.
Congratulations, and first place in that class goes to Nolan Wise with a goat weighing 59 pounds. Second to Morgan Miller. Third, Owen Wise. Fourth, Mary Boswell. Fifth, Kennedy Nelson. And sixth to Margaret Beam. Looking for class 22, lightweight market goats weighing from 67 to 69 pounds. I believe we have 5 entries in this class.
Well, a really nice one to start this class. This doe kid really kind of catches your eye when she comes in the ring. She's a real stout feature kind of goat for Mandan. She's a really sound made kind of goat as well. She puts her back foot down where the front one leaves. Just shows some flexibility in her spine. She's good in the slope to her shoulder. And on top of all that, she's probably the stoutest featured goat in the class. She's got a lot of natural width from end to end and a good bit of natural seam down her top and good bit through her hip. Goats in second and third. The second place goat probably a little fresher to the touch today. Handles a little better over a rack. Maybe a little more flank in her as well. As we move on down, we're running some goats that start to run out of gas and get a little narrower gauge today, but a good set from top to bottom.
Congratulations to first place winner Anna Campanieri with her 69-pound goat 0562. Second place in that previous class was Madison Miller, third Meredith Miller, fourth Devin Smith, and fifth Samantha Boswell. We have class 23, lightweight market goats weighing 70 and 71 pounds in the ring now. Following this class, we will be bringing those first place exhibits back in for selection of our champion and reserve lightweight market goat.
a good set to round out your lightweight classes. I think we got a pretty good solid white doe here to start with. Easily the longest handling goat in the class. A lot of length from flank to flank. She really extended up through her front third. Just a real clean pattern kind of goat, high cutability kind of carcass on this female. I think she ought to harvest pretty well. Goats in second and third, they're a little different types. I think the weather we got here in second probably more closely resembles the kind and the look of the one we're starting with. Another long-sided, level-made kind of goat, balances out exceptionally well. Really good up through her front third. The red goat in third, certainly a goat that's got some with the skeleton and some product in her, but she's starting to lay in just a little bit there in her elbow pocket and maybe up over her 12th rib, carrying a little more finish I'd like to see. But good set all the way through. Let's give them a big round of applause.
We'll now select our champion and reserve champion lightweight market goat. We need our first and second place class winners in the ring. We'll direct you. We need our first place winners, and then our second place winners will line up near them.
A really good group out here for your lightweight champion. I think all 6 of them are really good and can go to a lot of counties and do really well. There's a little give and take in terms of where I want to put your emphasis, but I think you've got some pretty good ones that are fairly complete. And I think that's what I kind of like to choose anyway. And for that, I'm going to go with the one from our middle class and then come back with the first class for reserve.
Congratulations to Anna Campaneri. Her 69-pound goat from Market Goat Class 2 will be our champion lightweight. And our reserve champion will be exhibited by Nolan Wise, his 59-pound goat from Market Goat 1. As our exhibitors shift around, we'll be looking for Market Goat Class 4 into the ring, please. Our medium weight goat division will start with this class.
Really a strong pair of weathers to start this class. They both have a lot of quality in them, and they're both a real high cutability kind of goats. The one I'm going to start with, for me, probably just balances out a tick nicer, maybe a little bit smoother blending in his neck-shoulder junction, maybe a little bit leveler out of his hip-loin junction. He's probably a little smoother there at his jump muscle, but both of them have a tremendous amount of power and muscle and meat in them. Both of them, they're my kind of goats. Goats here in third and fourth. The third place goat probably a little more naturally thick from end to end, a little more natural with the skeleton underneath him, probably a little bit more wrapped shape and when you put your hands on him than the one in fourth. As we move on down, we run into some goats that tend to get a little more narrow when you judge them from the ground up and maybe give up a little bit in terms of natural top shape, but a pretty good group from top to bottom. Let's give them a big hand.
Congratulations, and first place in that class goes to William Meyer with the 76-pound goat. Second to Harrison Yeager. Third, Brianna Powell. Fourth, Samantha Skelly. Fifth, Georgie Church. Sixth, Kylie Bingham. And seventh, James Boswell. Looking for market goat 5 class, 5 market goats, medium weights, weighing 79 to 81 pounds. I believe we have 5 entries in this class. Again, just a reminder to our goat exhibitors today, you are allowed to pack up and prepare to leave when you are finished showing for the day. You do need to make sure that your pens are clean. Please check in with Mr. Bruce Bennett and let him know that you are ready to go, and he can make sure that you are released. So again, make sure your pens are clean and check in with Mr. Bennett before you release and leave for the day.
Well, real stout doe kid to start this class off with. She reads really good down her top, has a good rack shape to her, is very three-dimensional in her loin. I think when you get behind her, she's probably the most impressive in terms of hip shape and stifle expression. The red goat behind her probably kind of follows that same type and kind. Another stout feature kind of goat with a lot of natural width of skeleton to him. Maybe not quite the bone work underneath or maybe the touch in terms of rack, but it's certainly another goat that's going to harvest really well. Goats third and fourth. The third place goat for me, a little more product oriented today, probably a little more natural feedability in that goat in terms of natural rib shape and depth of flank. I think both of them are adequate in terms of muscle, but this one's just a little more functional from that regard. And then the fifth place goat to round out the set, certainly a goat that's got some attributes in terms of look, and especially up to her front third, but she gets a little narrower gauge when you get behind her and gives up too much in terms of power. But good set all the way through. Let's give him a big hand.
I thought it was just first place. No, it's second, two.
Congratulations, and first place in that class was exhibited by Harrison Yeager with an 80-pound goat. Second to Samuel Lape. Third, Caitlin Hill. Fourth, Abigail Nelson. Fifth, Savannah Glover. Be bringing in market goat 6, class 6. These goats range from 84 to 87 pounds. Following this class, we will be selecting our champion and reserve medium weight.
All the first places going off there. All the first places going off. It's like, yeah. So then, say my group, say he won, then he would come up from the top, and you could get the win. Follow me? So if you win, if I win, you come in. I'll come out of here? Yeah, then you like show your good ass. You go, hey man, take this one. You gonna tell me?
Good set here in your heavyweight division. I think we got a pretty stout one to start with. The young man brought out for us. He's really complete from a look perspective. He balances out really good. He handles, got a good touch to him, and he's pretty fresh when you handle him up over his rack. Goats here in second and third. The second place goat more closely resembles, I think, the type and kind, the one we're starting with, more so than the third place goat. The third place goat's a little different in his type. He's a little raw for me. He's you gotta like the length, the side, and the extension he's got from end to end. He's probably the longest handling goat out here, but he's just a little bit too raw. I'd like to see him with just a touch more in terms of finish up over his 12th rib, maybe fill him out a little better. He gets a little more tubular in his look for me, but pretty good goat anyway. Goats in fourth and fifth. The fourth place goat, probably a little fresher to the touch, a little higher cutability kind of goat with some thickness to him. Just gets a little bit soggy there in his lower third. And then we move on down, we run into some goats that get a little bit narrower gauged and give up a little bit more in terms of meat and power, but pretty good set all the way through. Let's give him a big hand.
Put the first place one out in the middle. Second place one.
We'll bring our first place and second place class winners into the ring for selection of our champion medium weight. In Class 6, our first place winner was Luke Cheney. Second went to Ella Campaneri. Third, Taryn Schwartz. Fourth, Austin Glover. Fifth, Brittany Morris. Sixth, Kylie Bingham. And seventh, Raven Heron. Our judge is evaluating the medium goat class winners, and second place goats are in for reserve.
Well, a good group out here for your middleweight champion. I think they all look pretty good. It's a pretty good set to sort from. There's definitely some differences out here in terms of type and kind, but I think I got a couple that match up pretty well. For me, I think the most complete one out here that tends to look, it handles, I think, the freshest, and the longer she's out here, the better she looks. That doe from the second class, she'll be your champion. We'll come back to this weather here in front of me for reserve.
Congratulations, our champion medium weight goat is exhibited by Harrison Yeager from class 5, weighing 80 pounds. Our reserve will be William Myers, entry from class 4. We'll let these goats work their way out of the ring, back to the barn, and we need our market goat class 7 to the ring, please. This will be our first heavyweight class, market goat class 7. I believe we have 6 entries.
Another good set here. I think a pretty strong weather to start with. He balances out really well. He's got a good touch when the young man gets him braced up. He's got a pretty good rack shape to him. You get behind him, he's one of the more impressive ones in terms of stifle expression. Same thing goes in second and third hole. The weather probably outperforms the female in terms of base width and natural dimension, especially up through his rack, but a pretty close placing there. The third and the fourth place weather there in fourth. The Doe Kid for me is probably just more of her. She's a little longer from flank to flank. She reads a little longer with a hind saddle. She's probably a little more jacked up in her front end than the Weather is. The Weather's fairly stout, but he's a little shorter and bunched up, a little shorter hip than I'd like. And then the two to round out the set. The white goat's just quite a bit stouter featured goat from end to end than the paint. The paint's just a little too narrow for me.
Every time you go in the ring, it's better.
First place in that first heavyweight class went to Max Schwartz with his 89-pound goat. Second to Jalen Velasek. Third, Addison Ridgely. Fourth, Cody Trotman. Fifth, Georgie Church. And sixth, Liam Hartner. In the ring, we have Market Goat Class 8. These goats weigh from 97 to 100 pounds.
Long day. We're out.
Well, we have to clean up a pen. Go, Daddy.
Well, the young man brought us a really good one here to look at. He's a just super stout feature from end to end. He's got a good fresh touch to him. He's tremendous in terms of hip shape, and when you get behind him, he doesn't disappoint you. At second and third, the other traditional colored goat's another pretty good one as well. Another goat's got some feedability to him, some rib shape, some natural with the skeleton. Just kind of got out-horsed in terms of product by the one we're with. And then the solid goat to round out the set, another attractive kind of goat, high cut ability, just a little too narrow to get any higher today.
First place in Class 8 goes to Dylan Montgomery with a goat weighing 100 pounds. Second to Ansley Hartner, and third to Riley Trotman. Bringing in Market Goat Class 9 to the ring, these goats weigh 104 to 110. This is our last class of heavyweights. Following this, we will be selecting our champion and reserve heavyweight.
I'll make sure when I go back in I do that. Okay.
Oh, the. Well, another really good one to start with. I think this dude's got a lot of power and performance in him that we're starting with. He reads with a lot of natural thickness down his top. You get behind him, he's a real thick-ended kind of goat to go with it, so he kind of floated to the top for me. Goats in second and third. The second place goat probably a little better in terms of finish up over his 12th rib. I think when you get behind him, they're kind of a coin toss there, but he's probably just a little more dialed in today than the one we got in third. As we go down in here in the bottom holes, fourth and fifth, the fourth place goat for me probably bounces out a little better, a little more elevation up front, a little better in the slope to his shoulder, probably a little bit leveler out of his hip. But good set. Let's give him a big hand.
Congratulations in first place in that class to William Meyer with a 109-pound goat. Second to Quinn Hartner. Third, Kendall Dowdy. Fourth, Jacob Anderson. And fifth, Caitlin Hill. We'll be needing our first and second place goats to stay here. We'll be bringing them in and lining them up for selection of our champion heavyweight. So this is a call to our lightweight and medium weight champion and reserves to be coming to the gate. We'll be needing you after this heavyweight goat selection.
Well, really good set again for your weight champions here. I think you've got a lot of quality. This one was a little bit easier than the other ones have been for me. There's one that really stands out here in this class, here in the second class, the 100-pounder. He'll be your champion. We'll go back to the heavy for reserve.
Congratulations to heavyweight champion exhibited by Dylan Montgomery from class 8. And our reserve is William Myers from class 9. We need those champions and reserves to just stay in the ring. And we'll be looking for our lightweight and medium weight champions and reserves to come to the ring, please. We are looking for our lightweight champion and reserve. Our medium weight, that will be Anna Campaneri and Nolan Wise. Our medium weight champion by Harrison Yeager, reserve champion William Meyer, and our heavyweight champion Dylan Montgomery and reserve champion William Meyer. Please be lining up your goats.
Well, again, I'd like to thank y'all for inviting me out here to sort your shows for you today. It certainly had a lot of quality here and a bunch of good livestock and even better group of kids to work with. And you know, this has been, 2020 has been an awful tough year for a lot of us in our industry. And it's, you know, it's great that you guys here in Howard County were able to throw something together for these kids. I know it's not the same as having a full-on fair with you know, 150 people standing around the ring watching this being selected, but it's you know, it's the best we got, and you certainly still have an awful good show. I mean, this is not there's no reason to have an asterisk by the winner of this one, because this dude could win at a lot of places around the country. But I'm going to go pick the one that I think is the best, and one that I like quite a bit. He's really in my wheelhouse, and he's my type of goat. But after that, we'll pull the second in, or the reserve in, and we'll pick our reserve. But this will probably be the last time I'm on the mic. So let's give all these kids another big round of applause. I'll go pick your winner.
Congratulations to Dylan Montgomery exhibiting the Grand Champion Market Goat from the heavyweight class. Congratulations. We'll bring in the reserve from that division to select the reserve grand. And how about a round of applause for Robert Dinsmore coming out here to judge for us all day today. We certainly appreciate it's not easy to get judges to come out for these shows and be able to get here and travel and willing to spend all day in the ring like this at this time as well. So we certainly appreciate his efforts and willingness to be out here and evaluate these animals. Our reserve champion market goat exhibited by Harrison Yeager from the medium weight class. Congratulations to all of our goat exhibitors. Again, a reminder, if you would like pictures, we will do pictures now that the show's completed. So if you have a winner from today in either the breeding, the showmanship, or the market show, we'd be happy to go ahead and do those pictures now. And make sure that those pens are cleaned out and you check in with Mr. Bruce Bennett before you leave. So again, just do that, check in, get those pens cleaned. Thank you so much for bringing your goats out here to be evaluated today. It certainly was nice to see such good quality.